when you
All right, we're going to get started shortly here over in the Clark field. Real quickly, let's announce our teams. Over on the Red Alliance, we have Team 23321 FPT Da Nang from Da Nang, Vietnam. And we also have Team 2334 Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas. On the Blue Alliance side, we have Team 24809 PRC GC Minerva from Muang, Thailand. And then on the other Blue Line side, we have Team 4780 Robolution from Fresh Meadows, New York. All right, teams, are we ready? Scorekeeper, are we ready? Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to the Clark Division here at the Michiana Premier event. 3 out of 4 robots currently zooming around the field, building up their scores, such as down on the Blue Alliance side in that net zone 24809. That's PRC GC Minerva scoring samples up into that high basket right there. 8 points apiece for those samples. Over on the Red Alliance side, 23344 Technical Turbulence doing the same as they line up to grab another, but just barely miss it as the autonomous time winds down. Teleoperated driver control now beginning here on the field. 3 robots moving around. Possibly a bit of trouble for 23321 FPT Da Nang. Having a bit of trouble getting the robot to move at this point, but they still have 1:45 left on the board to figure something out and help their team rejoin the match. 4780, that's Robolution down in the Blue Alliance observation zone. They've just grabbed a specimen, scoring it up on the high chamber. Those are 10 points apiece up there. Now grabbing a sample from the submersible zone to build more samples. 1 robot from each alliance working to build up the scores into that high basket. This is a strategy we have seen emerge a lot this season, where one team takes on the chamber scoring while another handles that high basket. At this moment, 178-260 with about a minute left on the board. Both alliances working to quickly build up their scores further as time continues moving. Blue Alliance still has a strong stockpile of specimens waiting for them in their observation zone. Two sitting on that wall, now pulled out as a samples left behind. That human player converting them into specimens to keep up an inventory to quickly refill their robot for scoring on those chambers as time keeps on going. We are now under 30 seconds to go at this point. Teams need to start deciding what strategies they want to employ in the end of this match. So far, teams opting to continue scoring sample and specimen points. 10 points for those high chamber scores from the Blue Alliance and 8 for all the high basket scores. But 23-3-44, that's technical turbulence. They scored some samples into the low basket as well for 4 points apiece. First ascents coming in, that's 24-8-09. PRC GC off the ground as time expires.
All right, over here on field 2 for the Clark division, we're going to go ahead and announce our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have team 12682, the Golden Ratio from Cary, Illinois. With them is team 4224, Why Not Robots from Ada, Oklahoma. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 25152 F3DN from Da Nang, Vietnam. We also have with them team 11848 Spare Parts Robotics from Lakeville, Illinois.
Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready?
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Starting off autonomous, looks like Golden Ratio goes for that high basket, along with on the other side of the field, F3DM placing in the high blue basket, just missing that second one, unfortunately. Their alliance partner, Spare Parts Robotics, shuffling as many samples as they can over to the observation zone so the human player can score in the upper chamber. On the red side of the field, we see Why Not with 10 seconds left in the auto, doing the same thing, taking specimens and trying to score them on the upper chamber, who are 10 points each. With 5 seconds left of auto, let's see if they can do anything else. Looking at the end of the auto there, we got F3DN touching that blue metal bar. That means they got a level 1 ascent, which is worth some points at the end of auto. Oh, some early starts there as the teleop period begins. Looks like Spare Parts is grabbing a fallen specimen off the ground to see if they can bring it to the human player and readjust it. Their alliance partner, F3DN, is collecting some yellow preset samples. 42-24, that's Why Not Robotics on the Red Alliance, grabbing a specimen from their Alliance human player station, the observation zone, and scoring it on the upper chamber. Whoa, look at the red side upper basket. We got loads of samples, courtesy of the Golden Ratio. Not to be outdone, though, we have F3DN still scoring over and over again. Here comes another sample from that team. Teams, you have 1 minute remaining. Why Not Robotics collecting more samples from the inside of the submersible. As time, many of the samples that are easy to access on the outside of the submersible begin getting taken up. So you'll see teams having to reach further in and get more risky grabs, which can be very difficult in the middle of a match. You have 43 seconds remaining. Tons and tons of samples from both teams on the upper baskets. Looks like the Red Alliance is a bit in the lead thanks to the Golden Ratio and that extremely fast active intake. On the blue side, though, Spare Parts is a little bit in the head. There's the last 30 seconds of the match. Watch out, teams may be going for ascents on the center metal bars. Each team is protected, so if they're in that white zone and they start going for the climb, the other alliance cannot interfere. Looking pretty even on the upper chamber. The basket, though, Red Alliance, I think, might be in the lead. Teams, you have 10 seconds remaining. Let's see if anyone goes for an ascent. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like we had an ascent attempted by Why Not Robotics. I don't know if they got it or not. We'll have to see what the refs say at the end of the match. Good job, guys.
All right, while we wait for the conclusion of match 2, we're going to go ahead and post the scores for match 1 on the Clark division. Sharon, who's my winner? And match 1 goes to the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to team 24890 and 4780 for a great match.
first match.
All right, we're getting started over here on field 1 for match 3 on the Clark division. On the Red Alliance, we have team 23443 Robo Support from Sugar Land, Texas. With them is their alliance partner team 23641 Cube Robot from Palo Alto, California. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 10644 Cybugs from Saline, Michigan. With their alliance partner team 14739 Metal Benders from Oxford, Michigan. All right, I've been given the cue by the head ref. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to Field 1 of the Clark Division. Red versus Blue. Blue being an all-Michigan alliance in this match. Blue Alliance 10644. That's Cybugs building up a supply of samples in their observation zone for use to make specimens. Now scoring a second one for that purpose. Going up to try and get a third, but just narrowly missing as we continue in Autonomous. All other robots have ceased their operations at this point in time. Cybugs rounding it off with that high chamber scoring. Each of those specimens Cybugs scored on that high chamber, worth 10 points for its autonomous value. Each will also be worth 10 additional points for a total of 20 points per specimen if they remain suspended at the end of this match. 14-7-39 for the Blue Alliance. That's Metal Benders grabbing a sample off the ground, dropping it off in that high basket. That's going to be 8 points right there. Going to grab another preset sample from the ground, reaching up towards the high basket and scoring it for 8 additional points. Over on that Red Alliance side of the field, 23-4-43, that's Robo Support from Texas. They're over by their ascent zone, looking to possibly retrieve that sample off the ground, having a bit of trouble lining up, but they got it. It's on their robot, but falls back to the floor as they go to look for it again. 23-6-41, that's Cube Robot. They're out of California, cycling some samples back to the observation zone now, dropping them off on the floor with access to that human player. One specimen waiting on the wall for them if they would like it, as they go to drop off a fifth sample for that use. Taking one last preloaded to go deliver it down. 43 seconds to go, 156-51 towards that Blue Alliance at this point in time. All 4 robots near that submersible at this exact moment. Now we see the Red Alliance going back up towards that high basket once again. Robo Support still working on building up those high basket scores. Blue Alliance now has cycled a large number of specimens to that high chamber thanks to Cybugs. They've dropped off many, many specimens up there, each of which is worth at least 10 points, plus 20 for any autonomous scoring. First ascents may be coming in now, 14-7-39. Metal Benders out on the Blue Alliance, going up onto that level 2 ascent bar. If they can get fully up, that could be 15 points right there. 10-6-44 Cybugs possibly doing the same for a possible score of 30 points in the endgame if they are both suspended as time expires.
All right, we have scores ready for match 2, which was played over here on field 2 early. Who's our winner? Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning match 2 on the Clark division. That's teams 12682 and 4224.
If you like, we can also do scores if you want. Yeah.
I'm cool with whatever. All right, audience, you may have noticed that we've come to a lull in the Clark division. Several of our teams who are supposed to be in match 4 have judging conflicts right now. So we will be moving match 4 to the end of the day. So after we finish all of the other matches we're planning to play today, we'll play match 4 again. So we're gonna load match 5 and start match 5 here shortly. Thank y'all for your patience. All right. All right, let's go ahead and look at the scores for match 3. Yeah, hold on. All right, the winner of match 3 was Blue Alliance with a whopping 307 points. Congratulations to team 10644 and 14739 for the win. All right, we're getting adjusted over here on field 1 for qualification match 5. While we wait for teams to finalize their initializing motions, let's go ahead and announce them. On the Red Alliance, we have team 13356, RoboForce from Fremont, California. With them is team 20525, Cyber Vipers from Granada Hills, California. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 18221, Meta Infinity from Highland Park, Illinois. With them is team 26260, Route -4 from Springdale, Arkansas. All right, we're holding the field for a minute here on the Clark division while teams finalize. All right, John's giving me the thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 5 underway now here at the Michiana Premier Event Clark Division. Possible trouble for 2525 Cyber Vipers, as some of their stuff did appear to be pulled into the field by their autonomous robot, still managing to score a sample onto the high chamber regardless. That's 10 points right there, 10 more for a total of 20 if it remains at the end of the autonomous period. 18-2-21, that's Meta Infinity staged by the Ascent Zone as their alliance partner 26260, Route -4. That's Route -4 going up with a specimen on the high chamber and autonomous. 10 points for that auto score, 10 additional if it remains for the end of teleoperated period. 13-3-56, that's RoboForce from Fremont, California, pushing samples over into their observation zone, their human player turning them into specimens to build up a stockpile for possible later use scoring on the chambers. 18-2-21 Meta Infinity of the Blue Alliance, dropping off some samples into the high basket, retrieving now another sample from that submersible zone, whipping it up there and dropping it off. Each of those scored is 8 points in this match. 26-2-6-0, still working on collecting a sample for their alliance, retrieving it from the submersible zone and shuttling it down to the observation zone for possible use by their human player. Human player placing a specimen on the wall, now 26-2-6-0. That's root -4, dropping it off successfully for 10 points on the high chamber. 55 seconds to go, 133-112. It is still quite a tight match as 133-56 with the red tags and teal robot. That's RoboForce going up, cycling those samples at high speed for this Red Alliance, this all-California Red Alliance. Each sample scored in that high basket worth 8 points as a reminder there, as we have 2 robots doing that on this field, 1 for red and 1 for blue. With the whistle, it's time for the end game. Teams need to start deciding how they want to finish out this match. So far, everyone opting to prioritize building up their scoring element scores. A last high sample going up, specimen going on the high chamber, but slightly missing from 26-2-6-0, root -4. They're now reaching up towards the rungs, towards the bars of the ascent system, touching the top for a possible level 1 ascent, as on the Red Alliance we see what could be a level 2 ascent for 15 points as time runs out.
All right, we're getting started soon over here for qualification Max 6 on the Kark division. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 201 Bronco Bots from Phoenix, Arizona. Their alliance partner is Team 20439 Over Titan from Van Nuys, California. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 19047 Raven Tech HG from Hunedoara, Romania. Paired with them is Team 14270 Quantum Robotics from Bucharest, Romania. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Lots of movements from our Blue Alliance coming out of the autonomous. Raven Tech over on the Blue Alliance observation side already had 1 to 3 samples in the observation zone and had 1 specimen. Here comes the second one. Their alliance partner, Quantum Robotics, has looks like 2 samples in the upper basket. Here comes a third. With 10 seconds remaining, 201 of the Red Alliance, that's Bronco Bots, is going for a second specimen. Oh, and just missing it on the upper chamber. Looks like they'll go for another one maybe, or they just decided to park. Going into tally-up here, we see immediate movement from 2439. That's Over Titan on the Red Alliance with that extremely long arm going to score in that upper basket. Let's see if they can get it. Over on the Blue Alliance, 2 very advanced teams from Romania, both with tons of custom metal machining. Looks like we have loads of samples in the observation zone, loads of samples in the upper basket. They're flying over here. On the Red Alliance, we see 201 Bronco Bots with that active intake, moving a specimen back to the observation zone so the human player can realign it. You might notice that that bot looks pretty different from the others. I talked to them in the pits. They have a differential swerve drivetrain, which you may have heard of. It's where you have 2 wheels that can move and rotate in place. It's really advanced and very cool to see on the field. Over Titan going for another sample up to the high basket. Let's see if they can get their third one up there. Trying to line it up. And they got it. Nice. With 1 minute remaining, that upper blue chamber looks incredibly full. Raven Tech seems to be flying, grabbing tons of samples from this immersible. Their alliance partner, Quantum Robotics, making sure to reach on the other side and sting out of their alliance partner's way to score as many as they can without interfering at all. 45 seconds left. Sample after sample for the Blue Alliance. That thing is full. The samples are now above the top of that basket. Amazing. Tons of specimens over for the Red as well, as we have the last 30 seconds of the match. Here comes another sample from the Red Alliance. Bronco Bots, let's see if they get it. And they got it, nice job. Teams, you have 15 seconds. Watch out and see if any of them go for an ascent on those metal bars. Looks like Over Titan may be going for an ascent, going for a sample instead. Blue Alliance robots deploying arms. 3, 2, 1. Nice job. Looks like one team on the Blue Alliance went for an ascent. We'll see what the judges say about their ascent. Okay.
All right, we're almost ready to release scores for qualification match 5, but before we do, we need to talk about a quick incident that happened. Team 20525 Cyber Vipers on the Red Alliance received a yellow card for extension outside of the playing field perimeter. With that said,
scores are not good yet.
Okay, we're not quite ready to post scores, so we'll hold for just a moment. All right, let's see the scores for qualification match 5 on the Clark division. And the winner is the Blue Alliance with a whopping 180 points. That was a really tight match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. If you're in the audience and a little bit confused about how things are getting announced, we are announcing game scores every other match. So if you paid in qualification match 5, we usually wait to qualification match 6 ends to post the scores. So we're desynced. All right, it looks like we may be close to ready for qualification match 7 on the Clark division. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24158 Green Gang from Rockville, Maryland. All right, I think we can do a little bit better at cheering for them. We had team 24158 Green Gang. Thank you. We also have with them team 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces from O'Fallon, Illinois. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14706 Armada Pie Gears from Armada, Michigan. With them is team 18802 Robo Renegades from Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right, we're getting started here for match 7. On 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 7 Autonomous now underway. Quick movements to that high chamber already from both alliances. That's 24-158 Green Gang for Red and 14-706 Armada Pie Gears for Blue. Each of those specimens they have scored will be worth 10 points if it remains at the end of Autonomous, 10 more if it stays at the end of Teleop. 16-751, that's Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces, cycling those samples up for the Red Alliance. Each of those 8 points right now, 8 additional if they remain at the end of the match.
1.
Drivers now taking control of their robots for the 2-minute driver teleoperated period. 802 Robo Renegades from Tulsa, grabbing a sample off of the ground, sending their big arm up into the air, lining up with that high basket and getting it scored successfully. That's an 8-point score right there towards that Blue Alliance. Two robots still in the submersible zone recently. They both retrieved samples to take out, returning again 24-158. That's Green Gang for the Red Alliance. Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces did have a sample stuck in the robot earlier, but appear to have gotten it freed and are back in this match, going into the submersible zone to retrieve that red sample, possibly, if that's what they're lining up for, sending down their claw to get it. Not quite having the alignment, but that's okay. They've still got 1 minute and 7 seconds to line it up. 24-158 for the Red Alliance. That's Green Gang now cycling specimens onto that high chamber from a stockpile they built up in their observation zone. 14-706 Armada Pie Gears doing the same for the Blue Alliance. There they go, getting that specimen off of the Alliance wall, taking it to the high chamber and dropping it off. Each of those 10 points right there. 42 seconds to go, and we've seen a relatively standard strategy come into play here, with one robot cycling those specimens onto the high chamber at 10 points apiece, and another cycling samples up into the high basket for improved traffic control. There's the whistle. 30 seconds to go in this match. Time for team to start thinking about how they want to wind it out. Going up for a high score, that's 16-751. Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces dropping off that sample into that high basket for 8 points. First alignment in the observation zone is 18-802 of the Blue Alliance lining up. Here comes 24-158 Green Gang, though. They're lining up to try and get a sample out, but we're in the Blue observation zone. They make it back to their own observation zone to park as 18-802 made it off the ground for the buzzer sounding.
All right, we just concluded match 7, so we're going to take a look at those scores that came from qualification match 6. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning with our division high score of the day, 384 points. Over here on field 2, we're getting ready for qualification match 8. On the Red Alliance, we have team 8579 Classical Engineers from Temperance, Michigan. With them is team 14596 Accelerate from Osceola, Indiana. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 19434 Redstone XEX from Germantown, Maryland. And their alliance partner, team 14906 Leviathan Robotics from Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right, we're ready to go. In 3, 2, 1, go!
As the match starts, we see Classical Engineers with that massive bucket on the Red Alliance scoring a sample, already going for a second by the end of my sentence. Their alliance partner, Accelerate, also shuffling samples over to the observation zone to score on the upper chamber. On the Blue Alliance, we have Leviathan Robotics scoring specimens on the upper chamber. They told me earlier their auto should also go for a sample. Let's see if they can get that at the end of auto. While we also have Redstone EXE, their alliance partner, collecting samples and scoring. It looks like 3 or 4 in the upper basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
With that incredibly high-scoring autonomous, looks like Blue might be a bit in the lead, but it's not that big of a gap. We'll see if Red can catch up. But oh no, we might be having some controller problems from Leviathan Robotics. Let's see if they can recover by the end of the match. Their alliance partner, Classical Engineers, scoring another bucket into the top basket. Let's see if Accelerate can get off the ground, and they're moving again. Nice job. On the Red Alliance, Redstone EXE with those beautiful painted canvases on the side of the robot, scoring another sample in the high basket. That momentary lapse from the Red Alliance looks like it's putting the Blue in the lead, but they're catching up pretty well. Leviathan Robotics and the Blue Alliance with that extremely long, looks like a telescoping arm, FRC style, grabbing many samples as they can, bringing them to the observation zone. Teams, you have 1 minute remaining. accelerate on the Blue Alliance also with some really cool painted canvases on the side of the robot, using that angling arm to bring samples over to the observation zone. Here they go for some more specimen scoring on the upper red chamber. Blue observation zone with tons of specimens ready to be scored. You can see that Leviathan Robotics on that Blue Alliance has a secondary arm just for specimens, which is extremely fast, just transferring back and forth and back and forth. With the last 30 seconds of the match, we have the climb zones protected. Let's see if any teams go for ascents. Red Alliance Classical Engineers using that spinning active intake to drop another sample. Let's see if they can get to the upper basket. It looks like they just about filled it up. Here comes another one, and they got it. 13 seconds remaining. We have Leviathan from the Red Alliance going for an ascent. Oh, they fell off, but they might go for it again. On the Blue Alliance, we see Leviathan Robotics going for it. 3, 2, 1. Wow. Leviathan may have gotten up. I didn't quite see. We'll see what the rest had to say. Well, on the Blue Alliance, we have one robot going for a level 1 ascent.
Right, we just concluded match 8, which means it's time to look at the match results for qualification match 7. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 212 points. Over here on field 2, we're getting ready for qualification match 9. On the Red Alliance, we have team 8672, You Bet from Bettendorf, Iowa. With them is team 14841, Mighty Metalbots Blue from Las Vegas, Nevada. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 5143, Eccentrics from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. With them is team 24685, Lovington Black Cats from Lovington, New Mexico. All right, let's get qualification match 9 started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous once again here on the Clark Division. All 4 robots racing around looking to build up their scores. For example, 14841 Mighty Metalbots Blue from Las Vegas. They're looking to score that sample up high in the high basket, making it up for 8 points right there. Their alliance partner, 8672, You Bet, the Red Alliance's Eastern Iowa robot, scoring a sample specimen onto the high chamber for 10 points right there. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance's Eastern Iowa robot...
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance's Eastern Iowa robot Eccentrics, they were lined up with that observation zone, now grabbing a sample off the ground to score it up into that high basket, moving over to the submersible zone as all of their preset samples have run out. They retrieve that neutral sample and go for another 8-point score. 24685, that's Lovington Black Cats from Lovington, New Mexico. They're pushing that blue sample over to their observation zone as their human player pulls it out and places on a black hook, making it into a specimen. They possibly run up a bit on a sample, but appear to have gotten it back out from under them and are moving around again near that observation zone, shuttling in that sample for possible alliance use. They now turn around to grab that specimen off the wall and take it to that high chamber right there. If they can clip it on, that's a 10-point score right there, assuming it remains at the end of this match. A minute roughly to go, 150 to 131. Given the high-scoring nature of this game, that is still anybody's match. 14841, that's the Mighty Metalbots Blue. They're on the Red Alliance side, still scoring those samples in the high basket, getting a pretty heaping load, but not to be outdone is the Blue Alliance, building up an equally heaping load in their high basket. Each of those samples is 8 points for its scoring, possibly some bonus points for any that were scored in the autonomous period. Here's 8672, You Bet again. They're still working on that specimen. Scoring for the Red Alliance as we enter the end game. Alliance is still prioritizing those scoring elements, dropping off some samples up high. One for both alliances just now, going and getting seconds in this moment. There goes a specimen for the Blue Alliance as all robots still prioritizing that with 10 seconds to go. But that may be changing as 5143 Eccentrics lines up, aligning their hooks to possibly go up in the air if they would like to, which they will. That could be a level 2 ascent right there if they made it up before the buzzer.
All right, we just finished up qualification match 9, which means, of course, we need to look at the scores for qualification match 8. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for a high score of 341 points. Did they confirm? All right, we're getting robots ready here on field 2 on the Clark division for qualification match 10. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24881 Quator from Astana, Kazakhstan. With them is team 28596 Hypernova from Fremont, California. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 15450 Da Vinci Dragon's Thunder from El Paso, Texas. With them is team 9879 Route -1 from Springdale, Arkansas. All right, the head referees pulled some stuff out of the toolbox, so we're holding really quickly, but hopefully we should get started here shortly.
Okay, red, we're good?
All right, we're gonna start qualification match 10 in 3, 2, 1, go!
As the match starts, some really fast movement over the Red Alliance from 28596. That's Hypernova from California. On the Blue Alliance, moving from both robots, 9879, that's Root -1, has collected a couple samples and put them in the observation zone. It looks like they have 2 scored on the upper chamber. Here comes a third. While on the Red Alliance, not to be outdone, 24881, that's Quator, scoring a third. Oh, looks like they unfortunately missed grabbing it in the beginning of auto.
Drivers, pick pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Some intense movement at the beginning of auto from both alliances. Let's see what we can do in Teleop. Hypernova, good, already went for a sample scoring, unfortunately missing it with a really advanced several degrees of freedom robot over there. Looks like they have a turret on their intake and on their outtake a slide plus a pivot. That's incredible. On the blue alliance, both the robots seem to switch sides for the more advantageous position, with Root -1 collecting as many samples as they can into that big opening basket. Very cool. Their alliance partner, Da Vinci Dragon Sunder, that's 15-4-50, collecting samples with that pivoting wrist on their intake. Very nice. Just bring them to the observation zone and score. On the right alliance, some good specimen scoring going on from Quator. They're looking to collect a sample to turn it into a specimen. Root -1 on the blue alliance. That's your sample basket scoring robot. Looks like they have on top of the robot an LED they use to signify what's happening. I think it looks like a modern robotics component, which is very old, but they're using it really well here. Hypernova on the red alliance with another sample in the upper red basket. And as I was saying that, another, and one falls out under the lower net. Still worth some points, but not quite as much. 43 seconds remaining, guys. Both alliances look pretty even right now in terms of samples in the upper basket with 35 seconds. Blue Alliance is in the lead by a bit thanks to the chamber scoring coming from Da Vinci Dragon Thunder. Red Alliance, though, still fighting the best they can to do what they can do. With 20 seconds remaining, watch out as you see teams going for ascents. 15 seconds, loads and loads of samples from both teams. Again, pretty even fight. 10 seconds left to watch out for those ascents. On the blue alliance, we have Root -1 going for a climb. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa! That climb from the Red Alliance was high, but I don't know if it counted. We'll have to see what the refs say after the match. We also had a level 2 probably from the Blue Alliance.
All right, we just finished up qualification match 10, which means that we need to look at the scores for qualification match 9. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning qualification match 9 on the Clark division. All right, over here on field 1, we're starting qualification match 11. On the Red Alliance, we have team 5828 EMP Chaos from Hemet, California. With them is team 18255 Stealth Robotics from Barrington, Illinois. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 19053 Homo Sapiens from Buzău, Romania. And with them is team 21355 Turtle Tech from Beloit, Wisconsin. All right, we're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go!
Keeping the quick pace moving here in in South Bend. 5828 of the Red Alliance, that's EMP Chaos, now cycling those samples down into their Alliance's observation zone. Their human player pulling those samples out of the field and turning them into specimens for their robot to use. For example, grabbing that specimen right there and taking it up to score on that high chamber. Each of those scored is 10 points. 10 points scored, but as they move through to grab some more.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Those two specimens scored up on the high chamber, worth 10 points apiece for 20 total for the autonomous scoring element, 20 more total if they remain at the end of the teleoperated period. 18255, that's Stealth Robotics going into that central submersible zone, which are looking to grab a sample, accidentally grabbed 2 for a bit, but moving on with just 1 in their possession, scoring it in the high basket for 8 points. 21-355, that's Turtle Tech from Beloit, Wisconsin. They shuttle a sample down into that net zone. Samples on the floor in that net zone are worth 2 points there, as they now move in to score another one. That goes in the high basket for 8 points. They're now looking to grab that sample off the floor, bring it up from 2 to 8 points, but it falls back down to the ground, and they go to try again. 19053, that's Homo Sapiens from Romania. They're cycling some specimens up onto the high chamber, bringing a sample back to their observation zone. appearing to send it across the floor as they then go to retrieve a specimen, trying to latch it onto the high chamber. Missed the first round, but they get it the second time for 10 points right there. Their human player placing the specimens on the wall, going to score them, swing just over the top, but they get it now. 38 seconds to go at this point, 146 to 131 in this match. It is incredibly tight and could go either way, especially with endgame being worth up to 30 points per robot. All Alliances still working on building up their scoring element scores, working on scoring specimens on the high chamber and samples in the basket. Those are both common tasks used to help with traffic control. We appear to have two robots possibly lining up for a sense of some sort. 21-3-55. That's Turtle Tech possibly in the air for a level 1 for 15 points. 19-0-53, their alliance partner on blue possibly doing the same. Red has possibly one, maybe two robots up for those 15-point ascents as well.
Okay. All right, everyone, we just concluded match 11 on the Clark division. Unfortunately, I've just been told that we are going to have to skip match 12 for the same reason that we skipped match 4. So we will be playing match 12 at the end of matches today. So if you're a team in match 12, you will be coming back at the end and we will be playing after match 4. We're going to clear this field, and while we do, we're going to announce the scores for qualification match 10. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, which you may be noticing is a trend here on the Clark division, with a high score of 253 points. Right, since we didn't play match 12, can't do our ping-ponging, so we're going to go ahead and release the scores for qualification match 11, which we just played here on field 1. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for a win. All right, we're getting ready for qualification match 13 on the Clark division. On the Red Alliance, I have back on the field team 18221 Meta Infinity from Highland Park, Illinois. With them is team 14739 Metal Benders from Oxford, Michigan. On the Blue Alliance, I have team 12682 the Golden Ratio from Cary, Illinois. I think we can cheer them a little bit better. Let's try that again. 12682 the Golden Ratio from Cary, Illinois. All right, and with them is 14270 Quantum Robotics from Bucharest, Romania.
Okay, you guys ready? Blue Alliance ready. Refs ready. Go.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Once again, here on Field 1 of the Clark Division. Match 13 now underway. We did skip Match 12 due to judging conflicts. Both alliances have robots quickly cycling up into the high basket there. Meta Infinity for that Red Alliance. And Quantum Robotics for Blue. Trying to intake a sample out of the submersible zone, but having a bit of trouble, though they manage to return to cycle out another sample as all robots come to a halt as Autonomous winds down.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All tied up at 48 right now, coming out of the Autonomous period. There's 14-7-39. That's Metal Benders trying to get the first score of this teleop period, and they may have with a score on the high chamber for the Red Alliance. That's going to be a 10-point score right there as they work to now possibly build up a bigger supply for their human player, cycling these preset samples down by the observation zone for their human player's use. They now spin their robot around, extend their manipulator, and look to retrieve that specimen off the wall, which they do, going to score it for 10 points on the high chamber. Looking over to the Blue Alliance side of the field, there's a team down by the observation zone looking to cycle samples up. That's going to be the Golden Ratio, it appears. They're driving around with their manipulator extended, driving down to grab a sample out of that mid-zone, the submersible zone, dropping it off in the observation zone for use by the human player. They've got a large stockpile of those specimens built up on the wall. I'm counting 6 or 7 there for use, each of those possibly worth 10 points if they're scored on a high chamber, which Golden Ratio is now working on. 42 seconds to go, 164-96 towards the Blue Alliance. Both alliances still working on building up their scores, as there may be a bit of trouble for Meta Infinity. They do not appear to be moving in the submersible zone. Our FTAs are on the case to help them get moving before the end of this match. 14-7-39 for the Red Alliance. They just went to try and grab a sample from the submersible zone. Now moving over to the Ascent zone, looking to possibly engage with the level 2 rung. If they can get up in the air with that, that would be 15 points, which it appears they may have just done that. That could be a 15-point score. Blue Alliance, both robots looking to do the same in the final 1 second as the time expires.
All right. Unfortunately, we are still experiencing difficulties on the Clark division, so I've just been informed that we will be skipping match 14 and 16, and they will be moved to the end of the day to be played after qualification match 4 and 12. All right, while we wait for qualification match 15 to load on the Clark division, we're going to release scores for qualification match 13, which was just played. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. Keeping with the Clark division trends, we have Blue Alliance winning with 269 points. All right, we're getting prepped for qualification match 15 here on the Clark division. On the Red Alliance, we have team 201, Bronco Bots 1 from Phoenix, Arizona. Let's try that again with a little bit more umph from the audience. We have team 201, Bronco Bots from Phoenix, Arizona. Woo! With them, we have team 26260, route -4 from Springdale, Arkansas. Woo! On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14841, Mighty Metabots Blue from Las Las Vegas, Nevada. With them, their alliance partner 14126 Fibonacci from Springfield, Oregon. All right, we're waiting for the field to finalize getting ready.
Red Alliance, initialized. Ready? Blue Alliance, initialized. Refs ready?
All right, we'll get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Field 1 once again here on the Clark Division in South Bend, Indiana. 201. That's BroncoBots 1 cycling some samples down to their observation zone. Now spinning in that specimen, going to score it on the high chamber. That's 10 points right there. 20 total if it remains at the end of the teleoperated period. 14-126, that's Fibonacci for the Blue Alliance. They're cycling some samples down to their observation zone as Autonomous winds out.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now in control on these robots here at the Michiana Premier event. 26260, that's route -4 from Springdale, Arkansas. They're grabbing that sample from the floor, getting it into their claw, flipping up their arm and sending it to the high basket, but it just barely falls to the floor. It's okay though, it landed in the net zone, which if it remains there, would still be worth 2 points at the end of the match. 14-841, that's Mighty Meadowbots Blue. They just grabbed a sample from that submersible zone, now going back to grab another as they scored it in the high basket. Those high basket scores are 8 points apiece here and Into the Deep, but some of them do pop out of that basket, reducing some of those points. It's okay though, they've got 1:15 to keep building up that score. Both alliances showcasing that strategy we have seen emerge rather prominently this season. Each alliance has one robot cycling samples to build up a specimen supply onto their high chamber, and also each has one robot cycling samples to the high basket. 201 BroncoBots 1 portraying a specific strategy we've seen, which is queuing a large number of specimens in their human player zone from the observation area, going to drop them off at 10 points apiece now. Here they come in to grab one with those yellow spinners. They've got it, taking it over to that high chamber. If they get this hooked on, it's another 10 points to their alliance. Lining up, and it clips on as the 30-second whistle sounds. All teams still prioritizing scoring those samples at this moment in time for those extra scoring element scores here. 14-126 Fibonacci for the Blue Alliance in the pink, going up with a sample for 8 points to the Blue Alliance. They get it dropped off successfully. As our first ascents coming in from the Red Alliance, we see 26260 route -4 in the air. 201 BroncoBots 1 possibly trying to join them. And as the buzzer sounds, Fibonacci up for the Blue Alliance.
As a reminder, we are not playing qualification match 16 until the end of the day today, so we're going to transition from match 15 to 17. All right, while we prime for match 17, let's go ahead and look at qualification match 15 scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win with 225 points. All right, over here on qualification match 17 on the Clark division, we're getting ready to get started. On the Red Alliance, we have team 20539 from Van Nuys, California. On the with them on the Red Alliance is team 23321 FPT Dong Nam from Da Nang, Vietnam. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 10644 Cybugs from Saline, Michigan. With them, we have team 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces from O'Fallon, Illinois. All right, right as we were about to get started, a driver station died over here on the Clark division, so we're waiting for it to get turned back on so we can get started. All right, we're waiting for our FTA to work their magic to get started back up over here on the Clark division.
Say a team city name wrong. Yeah, it is not Elgin, it is Elgin. Hi, what's up?
All right, since we've been waiting for qualification match 17 to start, it looks like we're going to get started here shortly. I'm going to go ahead and re-announce our team so that way we can get back in the mood. On the Red Alliance, we have team 20439 from Van Nuys, California. Woo! All right, with them we have team 23321 FPT Da Nang 1 from Da Nang, Vietnam. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 10644 Cybugs from Saline, Michigan. With their alliance partner, team 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces from O'Fallon, Illinois. We've received the good news that Team 23321 is now connected to their robot, so we're about to get started on qualification match 17.
Still ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Draft crew. Go. Go.
Oh. Callum needs to hit him.
Guys, hands off. Okay, let's try this again.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 17 now underway. All communications difficulties resolved, at least for the time being. 10-6-44, that's Cybugs of the Blue Alliance. They're cycling some samples down into the observation zone, now scoring them as specimens on the high chamber. Looking over to the Red Alliance side of the field, 23-3-21 FPT Da Nang 1 from Vietnam. Doing the same for their alliance. 16-7-51, that's Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces. Cycling some samples up to the high basket. Those are 8 points apiece.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And 8 points more as soon as the teleoperated period ends for a total of 16 points per sample. They're now lining up to try and grab another off the floor and go to score it up in that high basket for 8 points in teleop. 2-0-4-3-9 for the Red Alliance. That's going to be Lake Balboa College Prep from Van Nuys, California. They've grabbed a sample off of the spike mark in the floor, now taking it towards the high basket. They drop it successfully for 8 points to that Red Alliance. All 4 robots whizzing around the field, implementing a strategy that has, again, become very prominent in Into the Deep. We have 1 robot on each alliance cycling samples up to that high basket. Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces for Blue. And 20439. 20439 Lake Balboa College Prep for Red. Looking over on the blue, then for cycling specimens onto the high chamber, we have 23-3-21 FPT Da Nang 1 from Vietnam and 10-6-44 Cybugs from Saline, Michigan. They just scored their 5th specimen on the high chamber, now going for 6, cycling out a large inventory of specimens stored in their human player station. They appear to have at least 6 more stockpiled, if I'm counting correctly. 36 seconds to go at this point in time. Both alliances working to quickly build up their scores. With the whistle, we are in the end game. Cybugs working to fill out their last few specimens of their stockpile. 23-3-21. FPT Da Nang doing the same. Now we have 1 robot for each alliance, possibly lined up with those ascent possibilities. FPT Da Nang possibly trying to go up in the air, possibly going for a level 3. If that counts, that will be a 30-point ascent right there. Cybugs for Blue getting possibly a 15-point ascent for their own alliance as time expires.
All right, we're finally going to play an even-numbered match over here on the Clark division for qualification match 18. On the Red Alliance, we have team 18255 South Robotics from Barrington, Illinois. With them, we have team 23344 Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas. On the Blue Alliance, we have 14906 Leviathan Robotics from Tulsa, Oklahoma. With them is team 24881 Quator from Astana, Kazakhstan. All right, we're gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Kicking off the match strong with a quick move from Leviathan Robotics and the Blue Alliance, who are currently, I think, ranked 1st here in the Clark division. On the Red Alliance, we see a lot of movement from Stealth, scoring samples in the upper basket. Unfortunately, just missed a second one. Their alliance partner, Technical Turbulence, having no turbulence at all, scoring 2. Here comes a 3rd specimen from their side of the field. There it goes. But on the blue, Leviathan has 5, almost got the 6th specimen in the autonomous, and they parked. Amazing.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Coming out of auto with a pretty even score, 122-103, with Red in the lead. Both autos being fairly even. Stealth on the Red Alliance, bringing a 2nd sample into the upper red basket. Technical Turbulence on the Red Alliance, another sample into the observation zone, collecting as many as possible. On the Blue Alliance, we saw some swapping out with both robots swapping sides of the field. Leviathan Robotics is now scoring into the upper basket and are doing it very fast with that articulating wrist. Their alliance partner, Quator, bringing another sample into the observation zone. Keep in mind that as the score goes on, it may not seem super high, but when these robots start bringing these specimens over to the chamber, you'll see the scores ramp up extremely fast. Teams, you have 1 minute and 5 seconds. Stealth on the red line, sneakily grabbing another sample. Looks like on the red side-ish of the submersible, there are barely any red samples. That shows to me that Technical Turbulence has gotten a ton of samples and are now scoring them all onto the upper red chamber. Here they go. 40 seconds remaining. Leviathan Robotics with another sample in the top blue basket. Look how much it's filled up. Red Alliance about equal in terms of samples in the upper basket. But Red Alliance is in the lead. The specimens score 234 to 207. 30 seconds remaining. The red upper chamber is almost completely full with specimens. Look at Technical Turbulence go. 15 seconds left. Watch out for any ascents from either robot. 10 seconds. Oh, almost a tip from the Red Alliance. Let's see if they go for that ascent. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like 2 robots attempted ascents on the Red Alliance. It looks good to me, but we'll see what the rest have to say.
All right, well, we conclude up qualification match 18. We have the scores for qualification match 17 ready. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 281 points. All right, I have just been informed that we will be skipping qualification match 19 and moving it to the end of the day due to judging conflicts. So we will be transitioning from match 18 directly to qualification match 20. We wait for qualification match 20 to load. Let's go ahead and see what the results were for qualification match 18. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a high score of 340 points. All right, we're getting ready to get started for qualification match 20 on the Clark division. On the Red Alliance, we have team 14076, Armada Pie Gears from Armada, Michigan. I love the energy. Let's keep it for all 4 teams. All right, we have team with them we have 9879 Route -1 from Springdale, Arkansas. Woo! That was not as high energy. We're going to correct that for the Blue Lions. All right, on the Blue Lions, we have 4224 Why Not Robots from Ada, Oklahoma. Thank you. All right, with them is 5143 Eccentrics from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Picking up Autonomous with lots of fast movement from both alliances. Blue Alliance already has 1 chamber score and 1 basket score. It looks like over here on the Red Alliance, we see -1 collecting those samples and putting them into the thing, and they've scored on the upper chamber. Looks like there's another robot with an arm designed specifically for scoring specimens on the upper red chamber. Their alliance partner is 14706 Armada of Pie Gears with another sample scoring in the top basket. They got it. Nice job. And that's Otto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Very impressive score from both alliances. Red's in the lead, though, with 131 to 94. Both robots just swapped sides, with Armada Pie Gears now going for the specimens and their alliance partner, Route -1, going for samples. We've seen that a lot at tournaments like this, where robots know in Autonomous they're good at one thing until you have to get another. Some good team communication and planning can lead to a really effective matchup if you plan out things right. On the Blue Alliance, Why Not Robotics scoring another sample, bringing it over to in form of a specimen, and they got it. Nice job. Their alliance partner, with those extremely fast horizontal lifts, expanding with those scissor mechanisms, got a sample. Let's see if they score in the upper blue basket, and they got it. Here comes another sample from Route -1 in the upper red basket. They got it. It looks like Red Alliance is a bit in the lead in the sample department, while in the specimen they're about equal. But since Red Alliance had that lead in auto, they're in the lead now. 55 seconds. Another specimen from the Red Alliance. Armada Pie Gear is doing a great job of sliding back and forth from that observation zone. Their counterpart on the Blue Alliance, Why Not, doing the same with 35 seconds remaining. We might be having some technical difficulties. Oh no, on the Blue Alliance. Going for a climb, it's Eccentrics. They're reaching up to the top ring. If they pull up in the match, that'll count as a level 2 climb because they're concentrating the top in the beginning. 15 seconds. Let's see. Armada Pie Gears goes for a climb on the Red Alliance. Let's see if they ascend to level 3. They're reaching for it. They're going. Their alliance trying to do the same. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Amazing job for both alliances. 2 red robots. Listen, they've made the ascent. We'll see what the refs have to say.
All right, we're about to get started for qualification match 21 over here on the Clark division. On the Red Alliance, we have team 23641 Cube Robot from Palo Alto, California. All right, crowd, that was a little low energy. Let's try to get higher energy for the next team. All right, we have team 14204 Super Screen Bros from Decatur, Illinois. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 5828 EMP Chaos from Hema, California. With them is team 18802 Robo Renegades from Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right, we're doing our last final motions. As soon as the head ref gives me the heads up, we'll go.
Red Alliance, are you ready? Yes. Ref crew.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome back to Field 1, Match 21 here in South Bend. All 4 robots zipping around to build up their alliance's score. For example, let's take a look at 18802 Robo Renegades. They're collecting those samples off the floor, missing it a bit with that catch there for their high basket, but they can try again if they would like to. Moving over to the Red Alliance, 14204, that's Super Scream Bros with the green, scoring another sample in the high basket for their alliance. Each of those is going to be 8 points as Autonomous ends.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now those 8 points were possibly awarded for the Autonomous, scoring 8 more points if they remain at the end of the teleoperated period. Joining Super Scream on the Red Alliance is 23641. That's Cube Robot from Palo Alto, California. They're cycling those samples down to their observation zone, marked out by the red tape on the floor, as their human player then uses those black hooks to turn those samples into specimens. 23641 now cycling a specimen off the wall as they continue to now cycle samples back and then grabbing specimens at the same time. 5828 EMP Chaos, also from California, but over on the Blue Alliance, they just grabbed a sample out of the submersible zone, taking it back to their observation zone to possibly drop it off for some points. There they go, they place it right down and deliver it to their human player, who attaches one of those black clips to make a specimen. Those specimens can be stored on the chambers, high or low, for 10 or 6 points. 57 seconds to go, 255 to 121 at this moment in time. All alliances still working to quickly build up their scores. Red Alliance running that double duty as we see Blue doing the same. One robot running on that cycle to the high basket. For the Blue Alliance, that's Robo Renegades. For the Red Alliance, Super Scream Bros, as another robot runs cycles from the observation zone to the high chamber, that being EMP Chaos for Blue and Cube Robot for Red. With that whistle, it's the end game. Teams still looking to score scoring elements at this moment in time, as both alliances looking to score some samples in their high basket. Nobody approaching the ascent zone yet, but that may be changing for the Blue Alliance as Robo Renegades have arrived in their ascent zone, flipping their hook up, going up into the air. That will be 15 points if they can remain up for all of the buzzer. Their alliance partner EMP Chaos trying to get up as well for that possible 15 points as time expires.
All right, audience, you may notice that we're over here still holding the teams from qualification match 20. We do have another yellow card that's been awarded towards 14706 Armada Pie Gears for a safety violation. So we're holding scores. Are we ready to post scores? All right, we've got scores for qualification match 20. So again, yellow card for safety violation was awarded during this match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win of 329 points despite the safety violation.
My goggles keep fogging up.
Same. All right, we're getting ready for qualification match 22. On the Red Alliance, we have team 15450 Da Vinci Dragons Thunder from El Paso, Texas. Woo! With them, we have team 21355 Turtle Tech from Beloit, Wisconsin. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 24158 Green Gang from Rockville, Maryland. And with them, we have team 11848 Spare Parts Robotics from Lakeville, Illinois.
The fountains outside are pretty bad. You need to go down to the I know.
You're good.
All right, guys, are we ready? All right.
All right, let's get qualification match 22 started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Some quick movement from the Blue Alliance. Looks like we have one upper chamber scored and unfortunately one sample missed. Another sample unfortunately missed. No worries though, let's see if they can grab that third one. On the Red Alliance, a level 1 ascent, courtesy of Turtle Tech. While on the Blue Alliance, we see 24158, that's Green Gang, going for some sample specimen scores as well. Nice park at the end of the match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As you go into the tally up, we see some robots adjusting their arms, getting just the right position. FCA needed over on the Red Alliance. Unfortunately, Turtle Tech may be out. Let's see if they can fix their issue. Their alliance partner, Da Vinci Dragons Thunder, not shook at all, collecting samples and bringing them into the observation zone by driving the robot. On the Blue Alliance, look at that spin and those long extending with those noodle intakes, courtesy of Green Gang. Spare Parts Robotics are having to work around that red robot to collect samples from the submersible. Here you go again, two large robots fighting for samples on the far side of the field. Green Gang not afraid to get in the way of those red robots, also collecting some samples. Oh no, looks like one of the servos on the intake isn't spinning. They still got a sample, but that might slow down their cycles during the match. 1 minute left. Green Gang with another specimen for the Blue Alliance, maneuvering around their alliance partner with some expertise. Spare Parts with another sample on the upper blue basket, looking pretty full. Looks like we have 4 specimens in the upper blue chamber. Here comes a fifth. 35 seconds. With those last 30 seconds, those climbs are protected. Let's watch out if any robots can make it. Looks like one red robot may be going for it. That's Turtle Tech, 21355. With 15 seconds, the Blue Alliance robots are still scoring as fast as they can, getting as many points as they can before the match ends. 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, while we concluded match 22, we've got the scores ready for qualification match 21. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. Over here on field 1 for qualification match 23, on the Red Alliance, I have team 4509 Excalibots. Woo! With them, we have team 19053, Homo sapiens. On the Blue Alliance, I have team 14596, Accelerate. And with them, we have team 23469, Gear Girls. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Once again underway here at the South Bend, here in South Bend, Indiana. Match 23 underway now. 19053 Homo sapiens from Romania, cycling those samples down into that red observation zone. Their human player making quick work of turning them into specimens, lining one up right there for the robot to start scoring in autonomous. 10 points for each of those scored properly, and bonus 10 if they make it to the end of teleop. Gear Girls robot going up to try and dump a sample in the high basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But not quite getting it in their manipulator. Their alliance partner, that's 14596 XLR8 from right here in Indiana. He's got 3 specimens up on the high chamber during the autonomous period. Red Alliance member 4509 Excalibots from Savage, Minnesota. They just grabbed a sample out of the submersible zone, reaching in, carrying it now, though they go back into the submersible zone to drop it off and take on some other activities. They line back up with their same angle of that submersible zone, looking to possibly rotate their claw into position to pick up a sample. All 4 robots now still whizzing around the field with 1:13 to go, all tied up at 92 points, now 100 to 102. Very, very narrow margin. This is a tight match here. 19053, they got a bit stuck there. That's Homo sapiens, but they're able to turn around and do it again, placing in a sample for their human players' use. 14596 of the Blue Alliance, that's XLR8. They're now cycling a big stockpile of specimens up to the high chamber. Each of those are 10 points apiece now that they've been made. As a zip tie did pop up in the air, does appear that all robots are still moving, so it does not appear that it functionally damaged any robots, and everyone is still in this match. 30 seconds to go now. Both alliances working to quickly build up their scores. Everyone focusing on scoring elements at this point, with some last few specimens on the high chamber for 10 points for each alliance. Gear Girls lining up, however, to go and drop off a sample, making a rather full basket up top. They drop one off for 8 points. Their alliance partner from Osceola going up for what could be a level 3 ascent. That is 30 points if they are indeed ruled up as time expires.
Let's go ahead and view the scores for qualification match 22. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for a win of 166 points. All right, audience. I absolutely hate to break this news, but from the reports I'm receiving from our head referees, we are skipping qualification match 24 and moving it to the end of the day due to judging conflicts. Thank you all for y'all's patience for us while we sort this out. We will have all the teams and all the matches that have been skipped played at the end of the day before we leave. We wait to load up qualification match 25. We're going to go ahead and release the scores for qualification match 23. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for qualification match 23 for a win of 245 points. All right, while we get ready to get started for qualification match 25, let's go ahead and meet our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have 19434 Redstone XEX. Audience, I know we can do better than that, so let's try it one more time. We have 19434 Redstone XEX. Woo, thank you. With them is team 14706 Armada Pie Gears. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 18596 Hypernova. With them is team 4780 Robolution. Woo! We'll get there. Thank you, audience. All right, the TV is now on. We have a request to re-randomize, so we're doing that really quickly before we get started with the match. The reason we're re-randomizing is because we had a lot of red on one side and a lot of blue on one side. They want it to be better intermixed. So we've re-randomed.
Red Alliance ready? Yeah! Initialized? Yes, sir. Blue Alliance, initialized and ready? Ref crew.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 25 now rolling here on field 1 of the Clark division. All 3 robots zipping around right now for those scores. For example, 4780 on the Blue Alliance. That's Robolution from New York. They're cycling some samples down to their observation zone as their human player turns them into specimens.
Which is weird, but...
They have the wrong...
19434, redstone.exe.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of their robots directly. 3 robots now moving around the field looking to score. Make that 4 as 28,596 on the Blue Alliance. Hypernova out of California lines up with a sample looking to pull it off the floor and go score it in a high basket. That's 8 points right there. Looking over to the Red Alliance side of the field, 19434, redstone.exe from Maryland, going to grab a sample off of the floor. They've got it in their manipulator, taking it up to the high basket, and they drop it off for 8 points. Their alliance partner, 14706, Armada Pie Gears from Michigan, going in to retrieve a sample from the submersible zone, now taking it back to their observation zone, retrieving a specimen out of there and taking it to the high chamber. Not quite getting it to clip on though, but that's okay. They've got another minute to work it out. All 4 robots still racing around the field with that same split strategy I was talking about earlier. 1 robot cycling specimens onto the high chamber, 1 robot cycling samples into the high basket. Both are worth many, many points, and they allow you to keep out of your alliance partner's way, making it a very efficient means of scoring. 40 seconds to go. We are now approaching the end game, 202 to 100. Robots still looking to score those scoring elements at this time as the whistle has gone off. Red Alliance now cycling some last specimens up to the high chamber. One last one coming up from Armada. They line up with that high chamber and score it for 10 points. As still more scoring element scores go up for both alliances. Blue still working on some, but we may have our first ascent coming from the Red Alliance. Armada going up on the level 1 bar, level 2. That could be 15 points if they remain up, which it appears they will as the buzzer goes off.
All right, we're getting ready over here for qualification match 26. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24890 Minerva. Woo! With them is team 12682, the Golden Ratio. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 23443, Robo Support. And with them is team 20439, Overtight. Woo! All right, we're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go!
With the Red Alliance, we see 2 scores from both robots very quickly. Minerva grabbing as many of those samples as they can to turn into a specimen. Oh, unfortunately, it's missing that first one with that super lightweight looking grabber. 15 seconds left. 23, 433, Robo Support going for another sample. See if they can get it in the upper blue chamber or basket, and they got it. It looks like they have pixels on the robot from the last year's game. I love that. 3 seconds left. And a last minute specimen.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Going into tie up now. Some robots planning out their moves. Minerva having no issue with that super precise grabber, sliding it out and grabbing it. Looks like their strategy is they grab a sample, bring it into the robot, and then let go, and it slides down a slide into the observation zone without them even having to touch it. That means that when they are doing their maneuvers, they can very quickly go back and forth from the observation zone, scoring every single time. The golden ratio on the Red Alliance as well, using that large, extremely effective active intake to suck up all of these samples. Those rubber band intakes this year have been pretty effective at vacuuming up everything. Overtight on the Blue Alliance is reaching into the submersible, seeing if they can grab a sample or two. While their alliance partner, that's Robo Support, scores another sample in the upper blue basket. 1 minute remaining. The golden ratio of the Red Alliance, that active intake, has a color sensor inside and is filtering out colors. So if they get a sample of the wrong color, it seems like they're spitting it right out. 45 seconds left. Loads of specimen up on the red chamber. Looks like 8. Here comes a 9th one while I was talking. Minerva's really fast arm is doing really good for them in scoring. 35 seconds. That 2-axis arm from Overtight reaching across for Minerva to collect specimens and score on the blue chamber. Robo Support for blue is looks like they're waiting in place for their alliance partner. Some strategic moves going on here. Wow, look how many samples are in that red basket. 13 seconds left. Let's see if they go for an ascent. 10 seconds. Another specimen with 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Those were some very, very close climbs. I do not know if they'll count. We'll have to see what the refs say after the match.
All right, we're about to post scores for qualification match 25, but real quickly before we do, we had a team that received a yellow card on that match for egregious behavior. They were repetitively violating the human player interactions in the observation zone. With that, I believe that we're ready for scores for qualification match 25 to post. Was the team? Which one? Was it 4706?
So yeah, it's 4780.
Okay, so when I hit 47, it gives me this message. I'm submitting any more scores on this one.
John, do you have your tablet?
Yeah.
So,
All right, we're getting ready to post scores for match 25. We're just having a few technical difficulties, so as soon as we get those resolved, we'll have those posted. In the meantime, let's go ahead and recognize our teams who are joining us for qualification match 27. On the Red Alliance, we have team 23641 Cube Robot. Woo! With them, we have team 19047 Raven Tech HD. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 15450 Da Vinci Dragon's Thunder. And their alliance partner, team 20936 Royal Engineers. Give us just one more moment to post match scores for match 25, and we'll get started on 27.
Keep consistent. I would say show 25.
okay, we are going to show 25.
All right, the scores are ready for qualification match 25. It's not showing on the screen. Apologies, folks, for the continued technical difficulties. Let's see if we can get those scores posted. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning qualification match 25. All right.
Blue Alliance, are you ready? Red Alliance, are you ready? Ref crew.
All right, let's get started with qualification match 27 in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match 27 underway now here in South Bend. 23-641 Cube Robot from Palo Alto for the Red Alliance. Looked to grab a specimen there, but didn't quite get it. It's okay, they're going back to try again, and they will grab it and score it. 10 points right there. 10 points more if it remains at the end of the autonomous period. 29-36 for the Blue Alliance. Looking to score as auto expires.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
29-36, that's Royal Engineers from Romania. They're moving back to that submersible zone to grab a neutral alliance sample, dropping it off for 8 points right there into that high basket for their alliance. 19-047, that's Raven Tech HD, also from Romania. They are cycling samples from the submersible zone and taking them up to the high basket. Each of those is an 8-point score. 23-641 Cube Robot. They're continuing the role they held during the autonomous period, bringing samples to the observation zone and then taking specimens that were made by their human player up to the high chamber. Minute 12 to go, 146-112. Still a relatively close game here, given that the scores can be so high with some of these. 10 points for those high chambers, 8 points for a high basket, and up to 30 points per robot in the end game. This is still absolutely a tight match. 29-36 of the Blue Alliance. That's Royal Engineers. They're continuing to cycle those samples out of the submersible zone, taking them up to the high basket for those scores. Red Alliance has that double duty going on, where you see Cube Robot cycling those samples to the observation zone, taking the specimens up to the high chamber as their alliance partner covers basket at the whistle. That's 30 seconds to go. It's the end game. So far, Alliance is still focusing on those scoring elements in their match strategy. Red Alliance running that double duty. 29-36 Royal Engineers covering it for blue, dropping it off in that high basket as we drop under 15 seconds to go. These alliances still prioritizing. Red possibly having some trouble finding room on that high chamber due to how many they've scored, but they get more up there. We have at least one robot appearing to be in the air for the Blue Alliance as time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification match 25, we're going to look at the scores for qualification 26. Congratulations to the Red Alliance on qualification match 26 for a win of 336 points. Over here on field 2 for qualification match 28 on the Red Alliance, we have team 24685 Lovington Black Cats. With them is team 4509 Excalibots. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces. With them is team 9879 Root Negative 1. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Kicking off match 28 with some really fast moves from both alliances. Excalibots with a specimen, and on the other side, Root -1 with another for the Blue Alliance. Their alliance partners, though, already going for their second samples. Unfortunately, both robots have missed the mark, but they have some more to go, so no worries. With 10 seconds remaining, we have 3 samples on the Blue Alliance, or specimens on the Blue Alliance with, let's see, 2 for the Red Alliance. 5 seconds left. Let's see if they score another. Excalibots with their third specimen.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance in a slight lead out of auto, 129-76. Red Alliance, though, are immediately moving to the chase. Let's see if they can pick it up. Some unfortunate FTA call from Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces. Looks like the robots moving, though. Maybe they're back up. Their alliance partner, -1, is making up for it, though, collecting as many of those samples as they can. Another extremely fast active intake. On the Red Alliance, one robot is not moving. That's Lovington Black Cats. So let's see if they can recover by the end of the match. Excalibots using that pivoting arm on top of the robot to grab a specimen. Here they go, scoring out on the chamber, and they got it. They reached again into the submersible to grab another sample. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Root -1 reaching into the submersible with that beautiful white robot, collecting another sample. Looks like there's another robot with a LED on top designed to tell the drivers what's going on. Their alliance partner, Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces, with a third sample for the high blue basket. Nice job, 45 seconds. Lovington Black Cats is up again, also collecting samples for the Red Alliance. Unfortunately, just missed dropping that one into their basket, but here they go for another one. Excalibots delivering a sample into the red net for some extra points. The last 30 seconds are up. 20 seconds. Whoa, look how many specimens are on that blue upper chamber. 15 seconds. Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces going for that level 2 ascent. 10 seconds left. Their alliance partner, Root -1, also going for an ascent. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, very tight ascents at the end of the match. I don't know if Polytechnic got it, but we'll have to see what the refs say.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification match 28, let's look at those scores for 27. Congratulations win of 308 points. Here on field 1 for qualification match 29. On the Red Alliance, we have team 21355 Turtle Tech. With them is 8579 Classical Engineers. On the Blue Alliance, we have 23344 Technical Turbulence. With them is team 201 Bronco Bots 1. All right, we're just waiting for the teams to finalize initialization. The FTA is doing final checks, and as soon as we get the go-ahead from our head referee, John, we'll start this match.
Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Rescue! What are you doing? You just said yes!
He did actually give you like a cut. No. He was trying to tell you no. I saw it.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Another match underway here in South Bend, Indiana. Match 29 now back on field 1. All 4 robots still racing around to build up those scores for their alliances. For example, 21-355, that's Turtle Tech of the Red Alliance. They're lined up with the observation zone, but appear to be placing their manipulator on the level 1 ascent. 201 Bronco Bots 1, for example, from Phoenix, Arizona.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
They just scored 4 samples up on the high chamber in the autonomous period. That's 40 points from the scoring in autonomous, 40 more points if it remains at the end of this match. 8579 of the Red Alliance, that's Classical Engineers from Temperance, Michigan. They're going to retrieve a sample from that central submersible zone, spinning it out towards the observation zone, going back to collect more as their human player now builds up a stockpile of these samples and specimens, now turning those samples into specimens with the clips, allowing their team to further use them as a means for scoring 10 points apiece on that high chamber if they so choose. A minute 13 to go at this point, 115-70 on this match. All 3 robots still whipping around the field. 23-344 Technical Turbulence remaining stable in the ascent zone for now. We will see how they opt to conduct their robot in the future of this match. 201 Bronco Bots 1, also of the Blue Alliance, dropping off a specimen on the high chamber. Each of those 10 points, bringing in another as they rapid fire out all of the specimens that their human player built up over this match. 145 to 122, just 145 to 132, only 18 points separating these teams. As we come under 30 seconds, 13-point separation at this point, 155 to 142, as all robots seem to be still focusing on scoring those scoring elements. First alignment into the ascent zone appeared to be 21-355, but they opted to keep on moving, scoring a sample into that high basket, coming back in as they appear to now be hanging, possibly. As we come into the final 3 seconds, they may be off the ground for 15 points as time expires.
All right. I do want to make a quick announcement on the behalf of pit admin. If you went by the pits this morning and borrowed safety glasses from the pit admin table, the pit admin table is asking that safety glasses please be returned. With that said, we're about to release the scores for qualification match 28. Before that, we need to discuss a yellow card. Oh, The scores are releasing, so we'll discuss the yellow card after they release. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. As y'all can see, Team 24685 Lovington Black Cats received a yellow card for repeatedly grabbing too many elements. Teams can only have one sample or specimen at a time, and due to repeated flagrant violations, they received a yellow card. All right, before we move over to qualification match 30, I have been told by the head referee that in qualification 29, we also gave out a yellow card to team 23444 for extending beyond the perimeter wall. As audience members, you may be noticing that a lot of yellow cards are being given out today. Many of them are for safety violations, so the teams need to make sure that they're being safe throughout the day to avoid getting those yellow cards. Over here on field 2, we're getting set up for qualification match 30. On the Red Alliance, we have 10136 Frost Robo Falcons. That was great energy. Let's keep that up for all 4 teams. Also on the Red Alliance, we have team 14739 Metal Benders. Love you guys for that one. All right, on the Blue Alliance, we have team 23321 FPT Dawn on 1. With them is team 5828 EMP Chaos. Thank you, audience. You're appreciated. All right, we're waiting for the FTAs and head referees to finish up getting the teams ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Coming out of auto, some precise movement from both alliances. Looks like Frost, Robo Falcons on the Red Alliance, scoring a second sample. Look how fast their bucket moves on top of the robot. It's a dunk, dunking those samples using some centripetal motion to keep them in place. On the Blue Alliance, we see FPT Danang 1 scoring a specimen. Here they go for a second Blue Alliance specimen. With 3 seconds left, let's see if they get it. And they just missed it. Nice try.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Here comes Teliop. On the Blue Alliance, we see some movement from EMP Chaos. reaching for a sample. The other side of the field, Metal Benders, that's 14-7-39, collected a sample, and here they go shuffling more samples into the observation zone for their human player. Looks like on the Red Alliance, Metal Benders may have accidentally shuffled 2 samples in at once. Be careful not to do that, as it may be called for a possession. Frost Robo Falcons with another sample. That red upper basket has a lot of samples. They're using their active, looks like a double wheel intake pretty well. There they just try to reverse pass to get some samples. That's a really interesting strategy I haven't seen before. 1 minute left. FPT Da Nang 1 with another specimen collected from their human player. In beautiful red and black, they grabbed it. Here they go for a score, and they got it. Their alliance partner, EMP Chaos, reaching into the submersible to collect another sample. 40 seconds left. A 4th specimen for the Blue Alliance. Here comes a 3rd for Red. Red is currently in the lead, though, with 123-64. Thanks to Frost Royal Falcons with tons of samples up in that upper basket. 24 seconds left. Let's watch out, see if any teams go for a climb. I see EMP Chaos has a very interesting latching mechanism on their robot. They're pulling up, and looks like just about, oh, not quite. There they go. On the Red Alliance, we see an ascent from Frost Robo Falcons. They're going for level 3, and they're up. 5 seconds left. A Blue Alliance robot up, 3 seconds left, and whoa! That looked close, but it was very, very close, guys. We'll have to see what the refs have to say. I don't know if that's going to count for a level 3 or not. Watch out for the scores coming up soon.
All right, now that we finished qualification 30, let's go ahead and see the scores for 29. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning qualification match 29. All right, over here on qualification match 31, on the Red Alliance, we have team 14569 or 14596 Accelerate. With them is team 26260 Root -4. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14204, the Super Screen Burrows. With them is team 11848, Spare Parts Robotics. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are up over 30 matches down in this division. Match 31 now underway here. All 4 robots zipping around to go and score. For example, 11848 Spare Parts Robotics out of Lake Villa, Illinois. They're going up with that bucket, going to score some more of those samples into the high basket, dropping a sample, sending it up, and dumping it over, but that one just doesn't quite go in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control from that Blue Alliance full of green robots from Illinois specifically. 3 specimens up by the Super Scream Bros. They've now got a sample, switching over to cycling in the high basket, while Spare Parts grabs a specimen off the ground, taking it to the observation zone for their human player to move. Looking over to the Red Alliance side of the field, 14596, that's Accelerate. They've just grabbed a sample out of the submersible zone, going back to grab another, as they appear to be building up a nice stock of, helping their human player build up a nice stock of specimens in this match. Their alliance partner, 26260 Root -4 from Springdale, Arkansas. They've got their manipulator going down into the submersible zone, looking to grab a sample if they can, lining up to try and grab it. If they can get one out of there, as they've been doing so far, they've been grabbing those and taking them up to their high basket, having a bit of trouble, but they get it. Bit of conflict with Spare Parts Robotics there. They managed to get around each other, though, as they both move on to accomplish their own respective goals. 26260. That's route -4. They got that sample into the high basket for 8 points right there, as Spare Parts has now built up a large stockpile of specimens in their human player station in the observation zone. 178 to 152 now as we approach the whistle for those final 30 seconds. Endgame now going on actively. All robots still appearing to score scoring elements here. Spare Parts going up with a specimen there for the Blue Alliance, getting more of them as they work through a couple more remaining in their stockpile as we enter the final 10 seconds of this match. First contact with the Ascent abilities comes from 14596 Accelerate of the Red Alliance. Super Scream Bros appearing to do the same for Red, but not quite getting their hook, as the other Blue Alliance member, route -4, just barely makes it on maybe as time expires.
All right, since we just concluded match 31, let's go ahead and see those scores for match 30. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning match 30 with 200 points. This is a reminder for the audience that we'll be stopping at qualification match 35 today, except know that we won't, because we'll be doing match 4, 12, 14, 16, 24, and I believe 19 where we're playing.
I'm fine. It's like if the GA comes up, I've got the band-aid yet. Thank you. Oh, there's the band-aid right here?
cat bot. That's cute. Sorry. Okay, over here on qualification match 32, we're going to go ahead and announce our teams. On the Red Alliance, we have team 18255 Stealth Robotics. With them is team 25152 F3DN. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 18221 Meta Infinity. With them is team 23469 Gear Girls. This match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
As autonomous begins, we see movement from both robots on the Blue Alliance. That's Meta Infinity going for those upper samples in the upper basket. And Gear Girls bringing samples into the observation zone. On the Red Alliance, F3DN is going for samples. Looks like they got one. Oh, but their upper grabber doesn't seem to be letting go. It could be a hardware failure. Let's hope it's not broken. And there's a third specimen, the Anavado.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As teleop begins, some careful movement from all robots. Meta Infinity springing to life. Their outer intake might be stuck, or they're just trying to collect that sample, looks like. Their alliance partner, Gear Girls, also matching them when White is going for a sample out in the submersible. For the Red Alliance, we see F3DN and their alliance partner, Stealth Robotics, both going for samples in the upper basket. Stealth is reaching in once again to the submersible to collect what they can. It looks like Stealth Robotics is feeding samples to their alliance partner, F3DN. I haven't seen the strategy yet, but this can be a really effective way to have one robot that's really fast, repeatedly scoring and scoring and scoring, while the alliance partner who's better at collecting just goes for that. 1 minute left. Meta Infinity reaching again with their intake. Looks like they might be having some troubles. I don't know if it's running or not. Gear Girls on the Blue Alliance with a fifth specimen for the Blue Alliance. Here comes another one for the upper blue chamber. 40 seconds left. The Gear Girls looks like they have a precise grabber that seems to be working really well for them collecting those specimens. 30 seconds. Meta Infinity with another sample for their alliance partner. See how that's working out for them. The upper blue basket looking pretty full. The red basket, the blue basket isn't quite as full, but that blue upper chamber is perfect. Unfortunately, it looks like Meta Infinity is out for the count with 10 seconds remaining. Let's see if their alliance partner can catch up. 6 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that match ends with one red robot. I don't think it made the climb, unfortunately. We'll see how they say after the match.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification match 32, let's go ahead and look at the scores for qualification match 31. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with a win of 274 points. Over here on field 1 for qualification match 33, on the Red Alliance, we have team 18802 Robo Renegades. With them is team 14906 Leviathan Robotics. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14270 Quantum Robotics. With them is team 5143 Eccentrics.
Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready?
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
We're approaching the last of our qualification matches for Friday here in South Bend, Indiana at the Century Center. 3 robots whizzing around the field, working on building up their alliance's scores here in the autonomous period. It's like 14-270. That's Quantum for the Blue Alliance from Romania. They're trying to collect a sample out of that submersible zone. Not quite getting it, though. Looking over to Red, 14906 Leviathan Robotics cycling to that high basket and nailing a lap.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
They did nail a last second sample in the high basket. If that stays there, that will be a 16-point boost to their alliance here into the deep. All 4 robots now moving around. Take 5143 Eccentrics from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, over on that Blue Alliance with the bright blue robot. How fitting of their alliance color. They're dropping off a sample in the high basket for 8 points, retrieving another off the spike mark on the floor. Going to drop it off again for 8 more points. Getting a bit entangled in traffic with 18802 Robo Renegades from Tulsa, Oklahoma of the Red Alliance, but they're able to get through and grab their sample. 14270, that's Quantum Robotics seemingly shuttling down their samples towards their alliance partner to help with that scoring. They're going up with a sample in the high basket, now pulling one out of that net zone. As a reminder, samples scored in that net zone on the floor are already worth 2 points apiece, even if not placed into a basket. 14906, that's Leviathan Robotics, also from Tulsa. This Red Alliance entirely consisting of teams from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Leviathan reaching up high, going to grab another sample from the submersible zone, taking them up to that high basket, working to fill it up with samples as we approach 30 seconds to go in this match. Speaking of that whistle, there it is. We are now approaching the end game. Teams deciding what they want to do in their final seconds for strategy. So far, everyone's prioritizing those scoring elements as we see many robots cycling. We may be seeing some engagement with that ascent task, though, as both Blue Alliance robots are entering their ascent zone, looking to possibly get up in the air off the ground. First up is 14270, followed by 5143 and a member of the Red Alliance, all coming in as time expires.
Right, with the conclusion of qualification match 33, let's see those scores for 32. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning match 32 with 164 points. As a reminder, after we conclude qualification match 35, we will be playing the ones we postponed, which were qualification 4, 12, 14, 16, 24, and an odd number I can't remember right now, but we will replay those and we're getting the teams queued for them now. All right, we're getting ready over here on field 2 for qualification match 34. On the Red Alliance, we have team 24158 Green Gang. With them is team 8672 U-Bet. On the Blue Alliance side, we have team 19053 Homo Sapiens. And their alliance partner, team 4224 Why Not Robots. We're just waiting for teams to finish setting up, and as soon as the head referee clears us to start this match, we'll get started. All right, let's get started with this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Some quick movement from Homo Sapiens on the Blue Alliance, unfortunately missing. That robot straight from Romania is incredibly fast with a long extension on their upper stage of their outtake. On the Blue Alliance, or Red Alliance, we see U-Bet scoring in the upper basket. Here comes a third sample. They got, unfortunately he's falling out of the field. Their alliance partner is grabbing some invisible specimens. Unfortunately, they must have missed some in the beginning of auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
It looks like that Homo Sapiens, their front grabber is stuck on the ground. Oh no, the servo must have gotten this offset or something. That will be difficult for them to manage, but let's see if they can do anything about it. Their alliance partner, Why Not Robotics, grabbing samples, moving them from the intake to their grabber. While on the Red Alliance, we can see U-Bet grabbing a sample, bringing up to that red basket. They may not be the fastest bot, but they're definitely reliable. Their alliance partner, Green Gang, reaching in with that active intake to collect some more samples, bringing them to the observation zone and swapping them out for specimens. Homo Sapiens realizing that their intake is gone, they can't score, so instead they play defense against the Red Alliance. First time I'm seeing it today, but that's a good strategy when your robot can't score, then stop the other alliance from scoring. But be very careful not to have any penalties. We have 45 seconds remaining. U-Bet from the Red Alliance collecting another sample, bringing it to their basket. Oh, they just dropped it, unfortunately. Why Not Robotics from the Blue Alliance bring another specimen? They've got loads back there in the human player station, collecting them and scoring on the upper blue chamber. Homo Sapiens over in the red area, seeing if they can block anything. 20 seconds left. Positioning themselves to make sure that other robots can't get into the submersible. U-Bet going for another specimen with 10 seconds left. Homo Sapiens reaching up high, going for that climb. Their alliance partner as well. Why Not Robotics? Looks like Homo Sapiens might be in the way though. 2 seconds left. Oh, and they bent a hook on Homo Sapiens, unfortunately.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification match 34, let's look at the scores for 33. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning qualification match 33 with 270 points. Over here on field 1 for qualification match 35 on the Red Alliance, we have team 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces. With them is Team 13356 RoboForce. On the Blue Lions, we have Team 14841 Mighty Meadobots Blue. And their alliance partner, Team 23443 RoboSupport.
Table.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to our final routine match of the day here in South Bend, Indiana, before our 6 replays following the conclusion of this match. 3 robots currently racing around the field. In the purple, that's 16751 Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces from Illinois. They're working to score some samples up into that high basket, reaching up, but they don't quite have one in their possession. On the Blue Alliance side, 23443 RoboSupport doing the same as the timer runs out.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Incredibly tight score coming out of the autonomous period. 1 point benefit to the Red Alliance. It is truly anybody's game at this point in time. 13,356 in the Cyan, cycling some samples down to their observation zone, pushing them along the floor with their robot to then get them there and turn them into specimens. Now going to score some of those specimens, they cycle them off of the Alliance wall and up to the high chamber. Each of those scores is worth 10 points. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, 14,841 Mighty Meadobots Blue going to look to do the same. They just attempted to score a specimen on the high chamber, but their sample actually came off of its associated clip, so the clip is now sitting alone on that chamber. 23,443, that's RoboSupport, now looking to reach into the submersible zone to possibly try and grab a sample, but not quite going for it right now. Just under a minute to go at this point. Both alliances working to build up their scores. 16,751, that's the Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces still working on that basket cycling job, but just slightly losing track of that sample as they go down to grab another and try again. 133 to 143 to 105 at this point towards that Red Alliance as all of our teams still work to build up their scores as we approach this endgame. With the whistle, it's the end game. Less than 30 seconds to go, and teams need to start thinking about how they want to finish out the match. 14,841 on the Blue Alliance. That's Mighty Meadobots Blue reaching down to grab that sample off the floor, going up high towards their high basket and dropping it off as the Polytechnic Puzzle Pieces do the same for Red. 13,356 of the Red Alliance. That's RoboForce. They're going up towards the level 2 ascent as the timer expires.
All right, we just concluded match 35 and we have the scores ready. Let's go ahead and see that final score. And the Blue Alliance wins qualification match 34 with 151 points. We also have qualification 35 ready to go, and we'll post that now. And the Red Alliance wins qualification 35 with 192 points. We're gonna start our next matches with qualification 4 on field 2 over here.
Just a quick reminder of what's going on now. Since we had some matches we missed earlier during qualifications due to judging errors or judging timing, we're going to be doing match 4 here now, then match 19 over on Clark 1, and continue going on until we have all, I think, 6 matches we missed earlier today all done.
All right, we're getting started here shortly with qualification match 4. On the Red Alliance, we have team 23469 Gear Girls. With them is team 10136 Frost Robo Falcons. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 14126 Fibonacci. With them is team 20936 Royal Engineers. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Tons of movement and extension from both alliances at the beginning of the match. Looks like Red Alliance has one sample scored, courtesy of Frost Royal Falcons. Their alliance partner, Geo Girls, also getting a specimen, now shuffling samples into the observation zone to convert. On the blue side of the field, Royal Engineers is flying back and forth really fast, a little wobbly though, so they unfortunately missed that first specimen. Here they go for a third though. Their alliance partner, Fibonacci, going for a sample. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like they missed grabbing it earlier.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Coming out of autonomous, both have pretty equal standing in terms of the chamber, but the Red Alliance basket is much more full. Here goes the first sample into the blue basket, thanks to Royal Engineers. A second one. Now they're reaching into the submersible to grab those as well. With a very interesting grabber with 4 prongs that kind of pinch around the sample. That's really cool. The Alliance or the other side of the field, Guild Girls gets a sample into the observation zone. Here they are going for a second with that. Looks like a complicated turret mechanism on the end of their intake. Their alliance partner, Frost Robo Falcons, I saw earlier today were scoring extremely fast, and look at their basket, it's already so full with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Fibonacci scoring that 3rd specimen for the Blue Alliance, going for their 4th now with that pivoting arm. I would guess that arm can go over 180 degrees. Very interesting design. 1 minute left. Gear Girls now shifting to collect those specimens from the human player and transfer them over to the chamber. Unfortunately, missing that first one. Their score may not look as fast as you might expect, but now that they're cashing in all of those specimens, they're getting tons of points. Some fighting over on the close side of the submersible between Royal Engineers and Gear. Frost Robo Falcons with another sample up in that basket. An extremely full red basket over there. Their score is already at 200 points. 20 seconds left. Royal Engineers with another sample, extremely quickly dropping in the upper basket. Watch out for these climbs now with 10 seconds left. Looks like Frost Robo Falcons is going to go up on Blue Alliance. Both robots going up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. 2 robots off the ground from the Blue Alliance and 1 red. I don't know if it got off or not, though.
All right, the next match we're going to play is qualification match 19 so that we can go ahead and use our odd number field and play our last odd number match. On the Red Alliance, we have team 28596 Hypernova. Woo! Thank you. With them is team 8579 Classical Engineers. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 8672 You Bet. And their alliance partner, team 20525 Cyber Vipers. All right, we're just waiting to go those final touches, and as soon as our head referee gives us the go-ahead, we'll start this match.
Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, ready? Initialize rescue. Let's go.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to our final Friday match here on Field 1 of the Clark Division. 3 robots zipping around the field, 2 for red and 1 for blue at this point. 8579 Classical Engineers from Michigan on the Red Alliance, now cycling specimens up to the high chamber based on some samples they cycled in earlier in the autonomous period. Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, we have 8672 You Bet trying to get a sample, but not quite able to get it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control of their robots here in the teleoperated period. 25-25. That's Cyber Vipers from Granada Hills, California. They're now moving around the field, extending their arm out near the submersible zone as they work to possibly help build up their alliance's abilities. 8579, that's Classical Engineers dropping off a sample in that observation zone with their big black dump bucket. Going to possibly retrieve another sample from that submersible zone. 28596, Hypernova from Fremont, California. They're going into that submersible zone, retrieving a sample, already filling up their high basket pretty well with 1:15 to go. Looking to go back and get more as this match progresses. 8672 down in that observation zone, but now moving over towards the submersible, dropping off a specimen on the high chamber for the Blue Alliance for 10 points right there. They're lining up to possibly grab another off the Alliance wall as we come under 50 seconds to go in this match. All robots still working around the field. We have seen again that strategy emerge of running 1 robot on specimens and 1 on samples in this match. For those alliances, it's 8579 Classical Engineers running specimens for red, Hypernova running samples, You Bet running around in the general observation zone, and Cyber Vipers running generally kind of a hybrid job for this kind of system. 14 seconds to go. Everyone's still opting to score some scoring elements as the Red Alliance high basket is pretty stuffed at this point. The Alliance partner who was working on that opting to ascend as time expires.
All right, with the conclusion of match 19, we can go ahead and look at those scores for qualification 4. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for a win with 253 points. Back here on field 2, we're gonna play qualification match 14. On the Red Alliance, we have team 13356 RoboForce. And their alliance partner, team 19047 Raven Tech HD. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 4788 Robolution. And their alliance partner, team 24685 Lovington Black Cats. 14. All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off strong from both the robots on the Red Alliance. Looks like we have a score from both RoboForce and Raven Tech HD. Raven Tech using that extremely interesting pivoting intake arm to grab a sample, then flick it off the right side of the robot into the observation zone. On the Blue Alliance, some dancing from Robolution. Their alliance partner, Lovington Black Cats, going to bring a second sample up to that basket. Do they get it? And they get it, dunking it right in there. 3 seconds left. Let's see if anybody parks. Whoa!
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
13-3-56, that's RoboForce. I saw the robot move to the left in autonomous to grab that sample. I know other robots have vision, but that's the first time I've seen it actually running for sure in a match. 19047, Raven Tech HG grabbing as many samples and specimen as well that fell in there as quickly as possible to bring them over to human player. Here they go with a third specimen for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, not to be outdone, Revolution has grabbed and placed another specimen. Here they are and taking another blue. The intakes from their robot and RoboForce's robot colliding in the submersible. A Lovington Blackcast, that's 24-6-85, is reaching in for another sample. They got it in their bucket. Let's see if they can bring it up to the high blue basket, and they dunked it right in. Some defense coming out from RoboForce against the Blue Alliance. They're fully allowed to be in the way, but they just can't completely block their access. Here they are fighting, very close to the observation zone. If they're in there while the blue robot is contacting them, that might be a penalty. We see that angled specimen. There's that penalty comment called from our head ref, Cat. That red robot's playing defense, but again, you want to play defense, you gotta be careful. 40 seconds left. Raven Tech HC with tons and tons of specimens up on that upper red chamber. I see why they're playing defense. They need to get in the lead. 30 seconds left. Lovington Blackcats with another sample up in the upper blue basket, doing what they can to keep up, but the Red Alliance is in a pretty substantial lead, but you never know what can happen. Maybe they'll get some suspensions at the end of the match. 15 seconds. Loads and loads of specimen the Red Alliance has. I can't even count in the 10 seconds left. Another sample. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Two red robots appear, I think, to be suspended. We'll have to see the refs say at the end of the match, with one blue parked in the observation zone.
All right, let's go ahead and see those results for qualification match 19. And the Red Alliance wins with 369 points. If you're sitting in the audience, you may be asking yourself, what happened to qualification match 12? Well, a team that was in qualification match 4 was also in qualification match 12. So we're gonna do everything else in numerical order, and then we will play 12 at the end to give them time to recover. All right, we're about to get ready to play qualification match 16. On the Red Alliance, we have team 25152 F3DN. With them is team 23443 Robo Support. And on the Blue Alliance, we have team 20936 Royal Engineers. And their alliance partner, team 19434 Redstone EXE.
Can I have a stick, please?
Inger, we get you this match?
Yeah.
It's so cool.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Quick movement from the Blue Alliance here. Thanks to Redstone.exe scoring on the specimen. Here comes the second one. Oh no, so we might have had a double possession, transferring them into the observation zone, unfortunately. Their alliance partner, Royal Engineers, moving extremely fast, grabbing, wow, they almost got another sample immediately using those active intake with 2 small wheels.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
On the Red Alliance, we see F3DN in the observation zone, prepared to grab a specimen from their human player. Their alliance partner, Robo Support, maneuvering around. Something may be wrong with the robot. Looks like they're just bringing a sample into the net zone. I don't know what's up with that. Something's going on with the robot. Maybe they have a sample stuck in the robot somewhere. Redstone.exe with a sample and another sample for the Blue Alliance bringing to the observation zone. Their alliance partner, Royal Engineers, is so fast the robot wants to tip over, but the drivers are driving perfectly to keep that from happening. Another sample in the upper basket. 230 points with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Redstone.exe, another sample for the Blue Alliance. Oh, just knocking off a specimen into the human player. There goes the human player leading a specimen into the robot's arms. And they've scored it. 1 minute left to score as many of these specimens as they can. This might be a very high-scoring match, guys, with loads of specimens loading up for the Blue Alliance and loads of samples in the upper basket. On red, we have F3DN doing most of the grabbing of samples, bringing them to their alliance partner, who seems to be scoring. It looks like, yeah, there's a sample stuck in the robot, unfortunately, which means they can't really do anything during the match. 30 seconds left. Grabbing any additional samples would count as possession, so they're avoiding doing anything. Royal Engineers for the Blue Alliance with another sample. Starting to score in the lower basket. They have so many. 10 seconds left. Let's see if they can score. 300 points left. Anybody going for the ascent? Royal Engineers climbing up to a lower. And they go for a high ascent super fast. Wow. And that part for the Blue Alliance.
All right, with the conclusion of match 16, let's see the score results for qualification 14. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with a win of 283 points. We're gonna wait for them to clear the field here on match 16, and then we're gonna go ahead and play qualification match 24, followed by qualification match 12. All right, we're getting ready for qualification match 24. On the Red Alliance, we have team 14126 Fibonacci. And their alliance partner, team 24881 Couture. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 20525 Cyber Vipers. And their alliance partner, team 10644 Cybugs. All right, we're just waiting for the FTAs and head referees to finalize the field, and then we'll get started. All right, teams, this is just a head up while we wait for the technical difficulties to resolve over here. We are closing pits 30 minutes after we finish match 12. So I'll give the teams who are playing time to get out of the pits. So 30 minutes after match 12 is when pits will close. All right, the field crew has cleared the field.
All right, are we ready? We're hands off. Red, we're hands off. We're ready?
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to our second to last match of the day here at the Michiana Premier event. 10-6-44 Cybugs in the green, looking to sweep some of those samples into their observation zone. Now retrieving a specimen off of there to score it on the high chamber. That's 10 points right there. 10 points more if it remains suspended at the end of the teleoperated period. 14-126, that's Fibonacci looking to try and score in the basket, but not quite able to get it up.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now taking control. 25-25, extending their elevator up. now driving along the field, looking to go towards their basket, reaching up towards that high basket. If they can drop off that sample, it'll be 8 points to the Blue Alliance. They're lined up, and they drop it. 8 points to Blue. 14-126. That's Fibonacci lining up with that Alliance neutral sample on the floor. Now lining up with their elevator, possibly trying to go up. They go up, flip their wrist down, but flip back up. The sample still supported by them, and it goes into the basket for 8 points right there. 24-8-81. That's Astana Bilim Innovation Lyceum from Kazakhstan. They're in that submersible zone, delivering samples to their human player, who's now making them into specimens for their Alliance's use. Roughly a minute to go at this point, 72-68. It is still a very tight match here as all 4 robots work to build up their own scores. Cybug still working to build up some scoring on that high chamber. They're coming in with a 5th specimen now, quickly cycling out a stockpiling of those specimens that they built up with their human player. Fibonacci lining up with the level 1 ascent, possibly looking to ascend now and secure some of those endgame points. Speaking of endgame, here it is. The whistle sounds and we are on into this chunk of the match. Still more robots going to score on the high chamber. Cybug cycling even more specimens up with almost a full high chamber at this point in time. Over on the opposite side of the field, the team from Kazakhstan working to build that up as well, as now Cybug's lining up for an ascent as we come into the final seconds of this match.
All right, with the conclusion of qualification 24, let's look at those scores for qual 16. All right, and qualification 16 is a Blue Alliance win with a division high score of 390 points. All right, I've just been told that for qualification match 24, a yellow card was given to team 24881 for reaching inside of their robot to grab an element out of it. Again, yellow cards are often given for safety violations, so we just want to make sure teams are being safe and cautious as they interact with the robot.
All right, looks like we have those scores for match number 24. Let's see them on the board. Oh, looks at the camera. And that goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 241 to 120. Nice job, guys. Coming up next, we'll have our last match of the day. It's going to be match number 12 in some minutes. Coming up here soon. All right, guys, looks like we have all 4 robots in the field. Once again, this is going to be a makeup for match 12, our last match of the day. Let's make this the loudest match yet, guys. First, on the Red Alliance from my hometown of Minnesota, it's 4509 Excalibots. Their alliance partner this match, it's 24-809 Minerva. Over on the Blue Alliance, first we have our current first-ranked team. It's 14-204, the legendary Super Scream Bros. And last but certainly not least, it's 10-136 Frost Robo Falcons. Quick question for you guys while we're waiting for this match to start. Just who thinks the Red Alliance is going to win this match? Well, move it down. All right, well, who thinks the Blue Alliance is going to win this match? I think the whole audience is a Blue Alliance right now, it seems like. Maybe I should have asked that question. We're just about set up. Who's ready for match 12? All right, guys, count it down with me. Let's go in 3, 2, 1, go! Late start from the field there. 4509 Excalibots on the Red Alliance bringing some samples into the human player station. On the Blue Alliance, we got Frost Robo Falcons with several samples up in the basket. Oh, it just missed the last one, unfortunately. Super Scream Bros, though, 2 specimens on the upper blue chamber. Here comes their third, and they got it. The Red Alliance has, wow, already 5 samples in that upper basket. Going for another with 5 seconds left of auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Coming out of a pretty close match, 159 to 128 with red in the lead. Excalibots with a sample to their human player. Minerva reaching into the far side of the submersible, making sure to grab the samples that take the longest to get to first. While Super Scream Bros with that sideways mechanism drivetrain, very interesting design choice, probably makes them faster going back and forth, are bringing samples from the submersible all the way to the human player. Another sample up top for the Red Alliance, courtesy of Minerva. Red Alliance still in the lead, 183 to 152. This will be a close match. A blue sample up top, courtesy of Frost Robo Falcons. And oh no, a sample is jammed in Excalibos' robot. Hopefully they're able to get that out of there. It's pretty tight in there. Their alliance partner, though, unfazed, is still scoring with 1 minute remaining. Super Scream Bros now receiving some contacts from a red robot, still doing what they can to grab those samples. With Excalibos struggling to get that specimen out, they almost got it, and they got it. Nice job. They finally can go back to scoring with 45 seconds remaining. We're now 189 to 184. This may be the closest match yet today. Another specimen for the Blue Lions, and another for the Red. 35 seconds remaining. Both baskets looking pretty equally full. In the last 30 seconds of this match, the scores are still super close with Red barely in the lead. Watch out for climbs because that will make the difference in this match. 20 seconds now. Another sample from Excalibots. Another sample from their alliance partner, Minerva. 15 seconds. Looks like we have a robot going for the climb. That's 10-1-36 Frost Roll Falcons with 10 seconds left. They're up, going for that level 3, kind of in the middle. That might be blocking their alliance partner. 5 seconds left. Does that red robot go for an ascent? 3, 2, 1. And that's our match. Looks like the score difference for this match is only 2 points. Who's ready to see who won? Come on, guys, you ready? All right, let's see it on the board. Match 12 is going to the Red Alliance with a score of 300 to 298. Congratulations to 4509 and 24809. But also a big round of applause for the Blue Alliance, 14-204 and a 10-136. All right, I think that's all we have for today. Thank you guys so much for being here, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning.
Sunday.
No, I don't need it. It's okay.
All right.